Good morning, everybody. Follow me in pledge allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank the opportunity to come together and do the business of the county. We ask you to give the commissioners wisdom and guidance as they make decisions for the county. We ask you to watch over and protect our county before we go about our work.
Amen.
I read the minutes from last week and I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and second or moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There's some bills.
I make a motion, we pay the bills in the amount of $475,575.17.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sheriff's report here.
Sheriff is here. Sheriff, since you're here, do you want to talk about this? Share with us what you have going on.
Morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Thank you, David, for passing that out. I knew I was coming, but I figured I'd get it sent anyway. So our inmates in, we have 51 currently. 31 of those are farm-ins from Wyandotte County and United States Marshal Service. This past week, we had 14 releases. Looks like we had really low 911 calls this week with 43. Our jail contacts were 4,468, which is about standard for that amount of inmates. Total calls for service were 470. That was up a little bit from last. Total service, civil service papers were 35. That's a lot for a 1 week period. So that'll tell us that our courts are really up and running, getting a lot of civil service papers out. I've had 4 VIN inspections. This past week, we opened 11 new cases. We closed 10. That's the kind of numbers we like to see, where we're kind of remaining leveled out there. We had 3 vehicle crashes. Our school resource officers had 148 contacts in the school, calls for service. Our bailiffs had 92 contacts. That's the people coming in the door. And out of those 92 contacts, they developed 26 calls for services, which is just further assistance to the people coming in and asking questions and things like that. And then we also had 3 livestock out calls this past week. Any questions on the report? Commissioners, the only other thing I have for you today, I told you I'd come back today in regard to the maintenance project for your generators. One there on the courthouse lawn and one over at the health department. And I just kind of wanted to see if you guys had made any headway on that or were interested in that maintenance program at all.
Have you done anything, Sean? Did we get any bids from anybody else?
Contacts, and I'm supposed to receive a final from one of the 2 contacts. I was told today. It's all the information I have back.
Okay.
Who's that with Cummins?
Cummins, they were unable to get it to me last week and told me possibly today. We're here.
Did you go through a walkthrough with them? Oh, that it? I thought, okay.
No, I haven't heard anything since I was here last, other than I'd contacted Deshaun a week ago and asked if he had any other thoughts or ideas on the project. So,
What do you guys think? And you asked for,
I mean, if they want to return something today, I think that's great. I think
Can we wait that long, Kevin? Does that bother you if we wait today to see what we get?
no, not at all. I mean, I'd like to see where they're at because,
That's just what I reached out to Sean, and I just, if we could get another bid, I'd like to see another bid myself.
yeah, that's just fine. I did meet with Clifford, and they handed me off the what they do documents. And those are documents for their load bank checks and their generator service program. That would be entailed with the bid that they've given us. So just so you guys have a little further information, their representative asked me to pass that on to you guys, passed it on to me to make sure that we knew kind of exactly what we'd be looking at. So that might give you ideas. So we're comparing apples to apples
Right.
with Cummings. So, and then I'd sent Sean all of our bid sheets and stuff to share with others so we could compare that
That's good.
closely.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commission? Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Handed out the weekly run totals. We had 4 incidents last week. Brings our total up to 28 for the year. We had our community sponsored or emergency management sponsored CPR classes this weekend, one in Mound City and one in Linn. We had 28 people show up for the class. We booked all 40 spots, but something come up, didn't completely fill the classes. Went well. We're currently working on some other classes for the community, National Weather Service, Evergy. Trying to get just some other classes. If anybody can think of anything they'd like to see out in the communities, we're going to try to do free classes, not once a month, but at least every other month. I think it's been going well. We still have a lot of people reaching out wanting to do the CPR class. So we'll probably end up with another CPR class eventually. Last Thursday, we had the LEPC meeting. Danny was there as well. Went really well. Evergy put on a little quick review of the F500 trailer that Evergy is donating to the county rural fire. Kind of went over how it worked and what its capabilities were and how it would be an asset to the community. Kind of discussed some other things and went really well. Saturday, there's also a meeting. It's been a couple months back, but the commissioners were approached by a fire board member about creating a first responder memorial. And it was commissioners okayed it to be on the courthouse lawn. The committee is kind of ramping up, going into getting a committee set and everything. One thing that was discussed was if one of the commissioners would like to also serve on that committee. So that way you guys have buy-in on, hey, we'd like to see it there, but that keeps you in the loop a little bit more. So if one of you guys want to volunteer to be on that committee, that'd be great. It's going to be made up of law enforcement, fire, and EMS as well, individuals, to just get this memorial started and going, then work through the fundraising and get this project done. So if one of you guys would like to serve on that committee, just reach out to
What do you call it? The emergency responder? First
Responder Memorial.
And that meeting's Saturday at what time?
That's what we met this last Saturday.
Last
Worked out. The meetings will just be, they maybe have an evening or something like that. We're just, like I said, trying to get that committee up and going and get everybody's buy-in. So with that, that's all I have, unless you guys have something.
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Any more?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. Our numbers for the last 7 days, we've had 10 transports by ambulance. And then that's kind of a low trend. Usually it's around 2 a day, 2.5 a day. And then total for the month, we're at 58 transports. Staffing, we're just down to 1 full-time paramedic position that's open that we keep recruiting for. We were able to fill 2 EMT positions that were open, and those EMT just finished our new hire orientation academy up in our Kansas City headquarters this last week, so they'll be starting their field orientation down here this week, where they're the third person on ambulance with the field training officer to do their field training before they're assigned to their normal rotation. So that'll be helpful for sure once they get clear from orientation or filling those shifts, and then we just are down to the one position to cover for while we're continuing to recruit for it. So anything for me?
I had a younger person in CUNY County ask me about AMR, and if you guys took entry level, they've never, I mean, it's what they want to do. And I told him I would ask you, and he's entry level, has no experience, but that's what he's wanting to do. And
Sure, yeah. So if for any students that are enrolled in a EMT program with like a community college or another program, we can do an affiliation with that school for them to do ride-alongs with us. We're working on one now with Fort Scott Community College for their EMT program, so their students could come ride along here in the county. And so that's kind of the first point of access for prospective EMTs. As far as like working on ambulance in the state of Kansas, you have to have a license as a EMT or paramedic or something like that as far as the certification. But for people who are interested, that's kind of the first step is once they're in an EMT program, then they can ride along on our ambulances for experience.
so if they're like enrolled over there in Pleasanton, that counts?
If they're in like that high school EMT program?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And there's been some communication back and forth with our clinical department and Dr. Allen to work on that affiliation agreement for those students. Yeah. Anything else?
I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
You too.
Thank you.
Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. Joyce has got the year-end inventory completed and returned. You'll notice that there's only one item of all the shops in the road that we had difficulty with, and it is a tester that was in the Pleasanton shop and purchased last year. We found parts to the testing kit, but haven't found the box. And I suspect that I went to the other shops, and I suspect it's because it's a test set that tests the continuity of lines for small lighting and other stuff like that. I assume that it's been moved to another maintenance truck or another vehicle to test something and wasn't returned. So we're continuing to look at that, but that's the only item we had any difficulty with this year. As far as our new employee and the CDL program, our new employee got his permit this last week. That's week 2 out of 8. So we're 6 weeks on phase 2, which gives us, we're well ahead of the grade curve for getting him through this part of the process. So I was pleased with that, and he's moving on to the driving and walk-around portions with Kevin Amer now. Jessica and I met with Gabe Peppercorn on Friday about the cost-benefit analysis for the landfill, went over some initial numbers, and he was going to get with Al and come back with a detailed report, and we'll be delivering that to you when it's ready. We went over what he had so far and the questions that we wanted answers. kind of tuned it up and clarified exactly where we were heading with that so that we could bring back better information to you and he better understood what we wanted from that data. So
Hey, Sean, sorry to interrupt you, but there's two yet, sound meter twos on there too that I see it's marked.
that was found in my office sitting on a shelf.
Okay.
After that report was published, but yes, you're right. Originally, nobody could find it and it was a small black bag sitting on my shelf in my office.
Just marked in yellow is all I see. So, okay, thanks.
Sherry's going to bring some RFPs forward. This is part of the process that we've been talking about with getting the numbers ready at the park that we need to start making the decisions about what we do originally and then what we do going forward. The park lease was returned and sent to the Register of Deeds, and I believe, David, we're waiting for a check to go over to register that and to be done with that process.
She gave us a bill. We have to run it through the county system to pay for the recording on it. So it's
So-
done pretty quick.
So once that's done, I'll contact Evergy and let them know that process is done, give them the paperwork on it, and then start making those other contacts with Evergy after we get these RFPs back to see if there's any interest in aiding with some of those projects. Noxious weeds, we did receive, and I got copies of the permit to Johnny and David, the permit that we were talking about to spray. So he's got that in hand and all the questions have been answered and he's ready to go. Maintenance worked on snow removal, Parker Senior Center cabinets to finish that up. Door locks at the Justice Center most of the week. I attended briefly the floodplain meeting with Darren and also the LAPC this week. And the new bus that we have has been tagged and the equipment is going to be moved over the docking station for the tablet and stuff. We're going to get the final stuff moved over to it and we'll start getting ready to use that new bus. Other than that, I have, if you'll give me 5 minutes for personnel and 5 minutes for legal, that's all I need, unless you have any questions from me.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
Has the mine reclamation people reached back out to you about State Line or White Road? Because I remember when you and I went out there and met them on State Line, they were talking about they were getting a plan together for White Road, correct?
Correct. And they were going to set up a meeting and include all of us in it, and I have heard nothing from them.
So we haven't heard anything at all since that meeting.
That is correct. I can try to reach back out to them and make contacts with them, but my understanding was when we left it that the next contact would be from them to set up a joint meeting between us and property owners, and that meeting, as far as I know, has never been scheduled.
I just came to mind. I know I think they're getting ready to do something out there with the Boy Scout grounds out on Tiger Road. They drove a big D11 dozer over there. So, it made me think of it. So
I'll put it on my list to reach out to them, see if for some reason, they haven't contacted us about
but
that
we
meeting.
usually don't have anything to do with them, right? Like when they're working beside the road, there ain't nothing.
No, that's a engineered and planned event that unless it incurred some damage to us or changed something that they wouldn't contact us on.
And then Zener Road, still anything from the feds?
The last contact I had on that is we're waiting on them because the land that we showed you the contracts on or that, I'm sorry, not the contract, but the old road easements that we gave up, they're in contacts and working on their end because my understanding is everything now is on their side for them to handle between them and the property owners because our end of it is done. The only thing I'll do is I'll wait until they tell me they've got their end of it resolved and I'll pull that bridge off our registry for inspections.
David, I know you had mentioned that lawnmower over at Mike Mills, and then I saw him too, and he had said something about it. Have we ever picked that up? Do you know?
I talked to Sean about it, last week?
And I just got a number on that. I was waiting to find out if you're going to contract mowing, and that we're not going to need that, then there's two avenues we can do. We can either repair it and send it as, because we got rid of two when we got one at the park, we can either send it down there and continue to use it for its life cycle if we contract mowing, or if we don't contract mowing, obviously we'd need to repair it and bring it back to the courthouse. So that's pretty much what I'm waiting, is to find out what direction we're going there, and then I'll pull the trigger on that.
Have we already reached out for bids for the lawnmower? We did?
For mowing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got requests.
Didn't you reach out?
Yes, I've sent it to the 3 companies that responded last year. I've emailed it to them. It should be in the paper this week, and the due date is February 15th.
Awesome. Thanks.
So I'll reach out to Neil and tell him that, we'll have him an answer here shortly. But I would like to know the answer to that, to know what direction.
How much it's gonna cost to
What,
repair?
didn't he say it's gonna be like over 1,000 and it's worth
I believe it's $1,200
$1,200?
is the cost that I saw, which was,
Worth 2,900?
I think that's what he told me. I can't remember. I was in a hurry whenever he had mentioned.
yeah, that's what I saw in the
Is that what it's
email that I got.
Is it 2,900 fixed or 2,900 what it is now?
fixed? That's what he said. That's what they're going for used right now. He said he didn't really know if it was. I was like, well, what do you think? And he said, I don't know if it's really worth fixing or not. He's like, oh no, that's for you guys to determine. I said, all right. I mean, that's kind of about as far as we went with the conversation. So, but is it just a big? What is it? Is it like a 64-inch zero turn or something?
Yeah, it's a large zero turn. I can't tell you what
Where
cut
did it
it
come
is.
from?
It's what we use to maintenance the courthouse and trailered out to senior centers and AMR locations. Danny used it for some time.
I mean, I think he's talking about it because it's probably in his way. So, I mean, what do you guys? Are we gonna wait until we until we get all the bids back in a few weeks, or? I mean,
Is this mower better than the one you have, Sherry, or is it?
Well, when we picked up that new John Deere, was it last year? The new John Deere last year, we got rid of two, so we went from 3 down to 2 mowers. So our spare out there is gone, and the bad boy that we have, along with the new John Deere, the bad boy is probably in the same condition this one is. It's waiting for a major malfunction that makes it, not cost effective to repair. So it's got quite a few hours on it. If we want to go ahead and repair this one and just wait to assign it, depending on what we do with the mowing, we can do that as well.
$1,200 in repair versus 2,900 in value. I mean, what are we're gonna scrap it if we don't, or what are we gonna sell it for as a mower that doesn't work?
I don't have an issue with fixing it myself. I mean, I think we can get it back here.
yeah, I think I think we utilize it somewhere, and then
I'll make contact and get it started.
I think he's just wanting to get it moved. I think it might be in his way. So
I'll,
I think it's been there a while.
I'll make contact today.
One more thing, I know you'll have for you. The bids on the courthouse and the old justice or judicial center there. Did we ever get anywhere on that?
That's part of my discussion as far as legal, as far as contractual stuff.
All right.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Do you want to go in, Jessica? Are you in a hurry?
But she does want some executive sessions, so.
Before or after?
Before's fine. I need 20 minutes for legal, 10 of which will include Darcy.
And then you've got Sherry here waiting for her deal. She's on the agenda for 9:30.
Yeah, Sherry, we'll go ahead and go with you. We're gonna be in executive session for a little bit. Do you want to come on up? Yeah.
Morning, Sherry Loveland, Linn County Park. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I have a couple of RFPs. This first one is for the swimming area, the parking area, and erosion control for the swimming beach.
You?
And I don't know what you want to know about it, except basically we're gonna try to get a engineering firm to come in and go around with us and pick the best spot for the swimming area, including consideration of safety measures and erosion control and the parking lot.
Once we decide where it's at, will we do the work, Sean?
I would assume we'll be part of the work. The engineering is the part that we're most concerned about. If we can do some of the dirt work to offset it, we will.
Okay.
So that's one of them. The next one is our sewer lagoons. I've called Kansas Department of Health and Environment to find out when and if they've ever been desludged before. But if we're gonna have more business out there, especially, it needs to be done, but we're not sure it's ever even been desludged. So this is to get the sewer lagoons. One of the things Kansas Department of Health and Environment says is that you can only do one cell per season, so that would be one pond per season, right?
How many ponds do we have?
We have three total?
Correct.
Three, I believe. Anyway, and so that that needs to be done too. And as soon as I hear from Kansas Department of Health and Environment, I will know more. I used their guidelines to try and write this proposal, and I just kind of use what their suggestions stay on their website. Do you want a copy of that as well?
Do you have it?
Yes, you
I
want a
mean,
copy?
do you have it? We'll take it.
So are you looking for one proposal for like a 3-year program to do all of us, or are you just asking for a proposal on one lagoon?
We would ask for the complete 3-year proposal in the process.
Same company done it just for 3 years.
Yes.
What does something like that typically run, you know?
I do not. I know that our next contact will probably be with Tanglewood because they just went through part of this process to try to get more information and possibly people to send the RFP out to. But at this point, even through when I was at the park, with the numbers that we're having there, we're having to miss the third pond there, which tells me that the system is strained under the load that we've got it under. If we make improvements and tax the system more, it's going to be an issue. We need to at least have it evaluated, see if it needs desludged, which ones need sludged. I would assume it would be cell 1 where the settling pond is, before it goes to cell 2 and on to cell 3. I would assume cell 1 is going to be the one that has taken on the most material and needs to be relieved of that. But if we're going to use this system and we're going to try to make improvements down there, this system has to be maintained, because it's taxed to its limits at this point.
And I'm trying to see if there is some kind of exception in that thing from Kansas Department of Health and Environment, see if we can do maybe more than one cell at a time, so.
I like these RFIs you came up with. There's a lot of detail in them.
Say what?
I like these RFIs that you came up with. You put a lot of detail in them. I think it's a really good job.
Good, thank you.
I'll start writing mine.
Yeah, hand them to me. And the only other thing we had is I've contacted numerous people for bids on the boat slips that were in such bad shape. And so not an RFP because they said that if it's under 25,000, then we're waiting to see what how it comes in, how the amounts come in on it. There is a gentleman out here at Sugar Valley that I know that builds docks, and I asked him for a bid. He needs to know, maybe Gary knows this, do they need to be licensed and insured to work on the boat slips and the docks for
We
us?
require anybody who works for us on contract to be insured.
Okay, I needed to answer that question for him, so I figured you did.
I mean, anything over just hourly day work.
Right.
What else do you have going on out there? Are these RFPs, are they ready to be, are you ready to send them out?
Yes, if you guys will approve me
Do we need a motion?
sending them on.
It's probably appropriate too.
I'd make a motion that we allow Sherry with the park to go out for request for proposals for the dredge sludging and the engineering for the swimming area at the lake, Linn County Lake.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion on it? You guys got anything else? None? Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So you guys got anything for me?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
No?
Everything else going good at the park?
It's quiet right now, but yeah, we're just doing stuff that we can't do in the summer when we're too busy, so.
Do we have all the internet service up to the cabins yet?
No. Not yet. Haven't really heard anything further on it, so. Need to touch base on that.
Thanks, Sherry.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Darren, do you have something real quick or do you need?
Good morning, Darren Wilson, Planning and Zoning Director. We got the resolution to change the sanitation code to incorporate poly tanks with that. It's resolution number 2023-09. Should I read it?
I don't know that you need to read the whole thing. Do they have a copy of it?
Yeah, David.
We got a copy sent to us too.
So if you all had a chance to read it, do you have any questions about it?
No, it's just pretty much stating that we can, beyond concrete tanks, we can use poly and, I mean.
Yeah,
It also, the other change that it makes is to reduce the required acreage for a lateral system to 2 acres.
Was it 3 before?
It's been 3 for years, but all the counties around us have 2.
Okay.
I thought I seen that was different.
I don't have,
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it too.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-09 for including poly tanks in the sanitation code.
Second it.
Any more?
Another copy, if you guys want to keep one and just sign that and give it back to me.
All right.
I also
Hold on,
like
Darren.
to,
Hey, hold on.
sorry.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Go ahead, sorry.
I'd also like to make a recommendation for the Planning and Zoning Commission for District 1 to use Job Ori. Jason recommended him, and I've met with him, and he's definitely interested in doing it.
I'll make a motion that we approve Joe Bory for the Planning and Zoning
I'll second.
Committee.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is that a 3-year term or less than a 3-year term?
So he's coming in on a term. I'll have to look.
So he would just finish out with that term?
He would finish out that term and then start his. Also, in the last meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, they done their yearly election. They reelected Richard Morrell as the chairman, and Paul Porter was elected the vice chairman. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Darren.
Thanks,
Got it.
Aaron.
Thank you. David, are you gonna publish that?
Does anybody else need any, any executive time?
I need, at some point, I need 20 minutes of legal time to
So
go over several
we
things.
got about half an hour till we got more people coming at this point. So.
Okay,
Well, we can do Jessica and Sean. There's 20
that's 30, yeah.
and then Sean has 2 5s. So, I'm making a motion that we go in executive session for 20 minutes with Jessica for legal and 10 of that with Darcy. And then right after that, we'll go into 5 personnel and 5 legal with Sean.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
We did have a little bit of action from executive session. Sean?
I'd like to move some personnel in our south shop. William Ernest, we need to move to a truck driver position. He's going back to a salary that he would have originally had from last year, moving forward after the cost of living. That would be 8R 178588. And then we'd like to move Casey Jensen to a mechanic's position. Casey has been with the South Shop and has agreed to move over and assist in that position. And we'd like to move him to 9I at 179528.
You said Will's going back to a truck driver?
Correct.
I'll make a motion that we hire Will back as a truck driver and an AR,
I believe you're correct.
and then move Casey to a mechanic to a 9I. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Good. Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got Janet here with an interest report, and then Christie and Janet and I want to talk to you about copier.
All right, Janet.
Good morning, Commish. Janet Cleveno, Linn County Treasurer. You want me to read this all out?
Just the important stuff.
In our Super Now account, we have $1,399,596, and we earned $513.20 in interest for the last quarter. The CDs, we have $32,248,748, or $45.34, and we earned $21,69.87. Our interest is up about $28,000. We're getting better rates. The second page, our delinquencies, we're down about 190,000. People are paying. Foreclosures are keeping us in better shape. We could get rid of the Lynn Valley camper lots. That'd help us a lot. And that's all I have. You have any questions?
What kind of interest rates are we earning on these?
We're renewing at about 2.5 to 3 when they renew.
For how long a term there?
I do most of them at a year.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Not on this, I don't. Do you have anything else?
I don't have anything.
Everything going good in your office? I saw you guys remodel it over at DMV. It looks
I
really well.
remodeled motor vehicle, yes.
Looks good. Do they like it
like
out of the
the-
setup?
I'm sorry?
Do they like the setup?
Yes,
Good.
yes. It makes it where the girls can wait on 3 people, then whoever doesn't have someone can wait on the driver's license because it stands alone now.
I was
Which
there
works
the
out.
other day, and I could see that. Looks good.
Yeah, works out great. I want to voice my opinion on something. I would like to see Danny back mowing our yard. It just wasn't kept up like it is when Danny mows it. So I would like to see Danny back mowing the courthouse lawn. That's just my voice. Okay?
Thank you, Janet.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Christie?
Christy Smith, Register of Deeds. So last week, it's come to the time of year when we need to renew our maintenance agreement on our courthouse copier, which all of the offices in the courthouse use, and it happens to be located in my office. So Bill Bigelow showed up and said, Christy, I don't think it's prudent to renew your maintenance agreement when there are no more parts available for this machine. And we've had it 10 years. I think we sent you some information on it. Anyway, he can replace that machine with a faster machine for $4,479. And like I said, it's been in there 10 years. The list price on that machine is $15,677, and what we're getting is the government price for $4,479. I think that's great. One other thing, oh yeah, so we paid over $6,000 for the one that's in there now, and it's amazing that the price actually went down after 10 years. So
Is there a yearly maintenance contract on it?
that's what we've been using as a,
I know for the new one you're talking about.
yes, there will be.
Do you have an idea of what it is?
It's usually around $600 a year. And that replaces, if the drum goes out, anything that goes wrong with the machine is replaced with no cost, no additional cost.
So
Other
it
than-
charges with the price for copies, or is everything just once we get it, we own it, and that's just it?
That's the way I've done it for the last 10 years.
And this is the workhorse copier for the
Right.
courthouse. We all use it a lot.
So will the money be coming out of the general fund, or where would it become?
Yeah, just as courthouse general.
Everybody in the courthouse uses this.
Yeah, we run a lot of copies
I've
through that
seen the
machine.
number of copies that was in the sheet.
There's over 500,000, or almost 500,000 copies. I did ask him if there was a trade-in allowance, and he said no, because the machine isn't worth anything, and he'd be happy to haul it off for us. However, it's still in good working condition right now, and it's got plenty of toner, so if there's another office that would like to use that, they're welcome to take it, and use it till it's no longer usable.
Till it kaputs.
Yes.
So you looking for a motion to go out and purchase that copier?
Yes, please.
What was the list price on it?
$4,479 is the government price.
I'll make a motion, we buy a new copper for the courthouse for $4,479.
I'll second. Any more discussion on it?
Nope.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
So we do have, looks like about 15 minutes until our person from PVD is supposed to be here.
You haven't done public comment yet.
Are you here for public comment? What's your name? Tyson, come on up.
Mr. Jinks, before you start, let me say we did receive your stuff.
Okay.
I don't know that I acknowledged it, but we did receive it. I think the commissioners all have it in hand, but we haven't had a chance to discuss it yet. So we'll be discussing it in an executive session at some point, whether it's today or next week, and then we'll get you a letter with a response.
Okay. I did not know that not being able to verify the last 5 years of tenancy would make it so hard to get a job or find a place to live. 200 points on my credit score, 300 pounds, and still being homeless. It's very hard to do either of those things without being able to call somewhere and verify where I've lived for the last 5 years.
Have you been a tenant at Lid Valley that 5 years?
Oh, missing a few months, yes.
Were you were a renter there? I mean, you actually rented a spot or?
Yes, sir, for 5 years.
Well, there's no reason we can't verify that if anybody calls, is there?
Well, I need to be able to verify without saying that I was evicted for being aggressive, and I can't remember exactly what it said in the report, but it's made it very hard for, I didn't even think about this, and I've not lived my life to where I should have to worry about this. And second to that, my newly widowed mother-in-law has had to go through several anniversaries without the comfort of her family. I think due process is very important. I was asked to provide you guys with some stuff. I provided you guys with some stuff. Mr. Gary himself said you all wanted to hear about this, and I have not been able to get a response.
Well, now, I didn't receive this until like a week or 10 days ago. Isn't that about right, David? I know that your letter.
I've sent 2 rebuttal letters as well as what you asked for.
Right, we got a letter and we got a video, I think, or.
Yes, and two more
Yeah.
letters since then.
Yeah, I've only received just the one, I think.
Well, we'll talk about it today and we'll try to get you an answer, but I don't see any reason why you can't call and verify your tenancy at the lake.
And I don't know if there's any reason that we have to mention that you were evicted.
I don't think there'd be any issue with providing a letter of reference, just saying that there was tenancy there, irregardless.
And that he paid his rent and.
See problems with that. I can, if that's an issue, I can get that taken care of today.
I don't see how that fits in with me being, with the original report.
Well, I have to say, we have to discuss, there may be some modifications to that.
To what?
There may be some modifications to that original finding. We'll have to
Okay.
see. I can't.
Could I get a date?
If we can manage to get it in our agenda in an executive session today, we'll get you a letter tomorrow.
Okay. So you all haven't made any decision? You all haven't,
We haven't discussed it at all.
you haven't discussed it at all?
And any letter would have to be approved out here in open session, so.
I, do you mind if I sent this stuff more than a month ago.
Well,
More than a month. I sent the video.
yeah, we've got it all.
You got it all?
Yeah, well, I said, we've got this several page letter, 6-page letter, and then we got the videos. Have there been other letters, David?
There were a couple of follow-up emails asking about it, but I
Okay,
think that was all the information was the original, at my knowledge.
yeah.
You guys do understand the consequences of, for us as a family, for the lack of due process, right? I mean, my mother-in-law has literally.
Well, due process is what we're doing now. I mean, that's what,
Well,
That's what's
I
going
understand that, but it's been quite a while.
Well,
There's been several.
I didn't get
commissioners'
that.
meetings.
I got this on the 19th of January. Now, I don't know when you sent it, but that's when.
That was my second letter, because I haven't received a response from the county at all.
Okay.
Well, we'll discuss it today and, I know, I see you frustrated. We'll discuss it.
I'm not
We'll
disheartened.
get it taken care of. We apologize. We'll get it taken care of.
I appreciate it. And can I get a letter saying such?
Can we let him know today what our decision is and then get a letter?
It depends on what the decision is, but we'll definitely, I'll email you a letter tomorrow, either way, no matter what they say. How about that?
Okay.
We'll write it out and get it to you in the email tomorrow.
I appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you. Just got a little bit before the compliance guy gets here, right?
It's scheduled for 10:30, so we've got a few minutes anyway.
Jessica needed another 10 minutes of something you want to do.
For legal.
I need to have probably 10 minutes too, but I think it'll put us over time. Let's just go in with her and then we'll come back and see where we're
We
at.
will do all of our other stuff later.
So, I make a motion, we go into executive session with Jessica for 10 minutes legal. Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There was no action.
How you all today?
I take it your mic? All right. As soon as David sits down, I think we'll be ready for you. You'll just, when you come up, if you'll just state your name and, what you do, and
So I'm gonna give you a handout here. What you need, more paper.
A grade card.
It's Kathy's great card.
Oh.
Kathy's great card.
does this have to do with that email you sent over? Okay.
Yeah. So, my name is Mike Ballman. I'm the field staff manager for property valuation. I basically oversee the field staff that from the state of Kansas. I have a whopping 70 employees that we do everything. My section is basically oversees the procedural part of compliance. Like Rick about here, compliance, there's two phases to compliance. There's the statistical phase, which is the ratio study, and then there's the procedural phase. And procedural phase is, I'll show you here in this outline, but there's different phases throughout the year that the county appraiser's office has to complete to get points that we have assigned for each of the procedures. My purpose here today basically is due to this statute. It's on the first page of your handout there, that's 79-1404B. I think it's in here, 2016, I believe, yeah. The legislators passed this law that requires a director or somebody from the director's office to come out and present a presentation. It's pretty simple, pretty basic. But we just go over the scorecard, which is what we refer to as part of the substantial compliance. Again, it's a combination of the statistical portion and the procedural portion. So we go over that. The other part of it is we discuss the appeals, the number of appeals. I was telling Kathy this morning, my personal opinion on that, I think what the intent of the appeal review is for is back in the day, there was a lot of complaining being done at the legislative level from, I don't know, maybe one county or across the state or whatever, that taxpayers weren't receiving any type of satisfaction when they appealed their property values. And so the legislators do this in here that they wanted us to go over the appeal process with the commissioners so that they would have an understanding of whether that's really true or not. Yes. So with that, the first couple pages of this handout, and I apologize for the state, but I ran up to a copy of this. I'm not really going to discuss it much. It's just basic information on the statistical, how the ratio study is done. There's two parts to a ratio study. They do a median, and then they do a COD. And that's what it kind of talks about here. So with the ratio study, we only look at two classifications of property. They look at residential and commercial. We do not look at anything ag, exempt, vacant lots, none of that. It has to be classified commercial or residential. And so PVD does its own validation of sales separate from what the county does. So, Kathy, she's been around, long enough too, she understands that, we may, or our ratio section may consider a sale as being a valid sale, but then the county may not, it could be for various reasons. So that's one thing we currently do, and it is kind of debate, about, whether we should be doing our own validation or taking the county's word. Right now, it's a separate validation. Why we're talking about that on the very last, let's see, not the very last page, but the second to last page, it looks kind of like this. I just want to point out on the far right there, it just shows you how many sales were involved in the validation or this study, I guess. You can see that for residential, there was a total of 155 sales, and for commercial, there was 9. And I like to point that out for 2 reasons. For some counties, it's a bigger deal than others. Commercial is always hard. There's just not a lot of commercial sales. And so it only takes one, like 9, you take one sale that can be a valid arm's length transaction. I mean, you got a willing buyer and a willing seller, and for whatever reason, it's a bad ratio. The county just missed the value. They either overappraised or underappraised. That one sale can really mess the statistics up and make it look a lot worse than what it might be. Residential, 155, not a huge amount of sales. I've seen some counties have like 25, but anyway, the smaller those numbers, the harder it is to be in statistical compliance, I guess, is what I want to get at. So with that, I'm going to talk about the scorecard, and that's the 2 pages. Look like this. This is what we use to determine if a county is in substantial compliance. Like I say, substantial compliance is a combination of both statistics and procedures. This year, I will say, I've been in this position like 5 years, 6 years now. We've got the most counties out of substantial compliance this year than we've ever had in the past. And it's ratio, plain and simple. It's residential ratio that is killed everybody as far as the counties. Because, nobody was expecting COVID. I guess that's, there's nothing else we can blame it on, it seemed like. But COVID, for whatever reason, drove the market crazy. I mean, values went up, 20, 30, 40, 50% in some places. And it's pretty hard for the county appraiser's office to, on the markets that crazy to kind of get those, nobody wants to raise values 40% because that's going to cause the taxpayers to go crazy. But so when you look at the scorecard, the first portion of that, the top portion of it, is the statistical performance. Again, you'll see that it's broken out into residential and commercial. And within each one of those, there's a median ratio and what we refer to as uniformity COD. Now, as far as the median ratio, and it doesn't matter whether it's residential or commercial, that first number there has to be in compliance. What we consider compliance has to be between 90 and 110. So this for this year, this is the 2021 ratio study. So we're always a year behind with the ratio study.
So is this the appraised value of the houses and commercial buildings that were sold, or is this
This is everything.
everything altogether?
Well, up above, you see at the very top, it has appraised value, residential and commercial. That's total value
Within the county.
for those 2 classifications.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Now, the numbers below within the ratio, within the statistical portion, that's based off the properties that are sold. So, for example, the median ratio, what they do is we do that independent verification or validation. They array them high and low, the ratios, and pick them, the middle was 88.9 for the sheet. And again, it's the same way. They do the same thing for commercial. So in commercial, you see it was 100.6. And then on the COD is what we refer to as uniformity. That has to be anything between 0 and 20. currently. So you can see there on residential is 27.9 and on commercial is 15.7. The next set of numbers is what they call a confidence range. And basically, I will tell you, you have to be a statistician to understand the formula, so that leaves me out. They take the set of numbers that they have, and they always, the best way they'd explain it to me is every data set has some error in it. I mean, it's not, nothing's a perfect world. So they take into account that there's some errors that may or may not be glaring to the eyes. They come up with these intervals or ranges, and it's the same way. The ranges, they look at 90 to 110. So if any, that's on the median. So if either one of those numbers is between the 90 and 110 ratio, they consider that being in. So in other words, we're saying that even though the actual median ratio of 88.9 is out, we're confident that they're in that range of 80 to 95.6. So for that reason, they consider the confidence interval as being in. And that works the same way with the commercial, with the commercial. You can see where the 71.2 to the 139.7, so 90 and 110 are both within that range, so they consider that in. Then we're looking at the COD. COD is the same thing. You gotta have one of those numbers either within 0 to 20, or they have to be outside the range of 0 to 20. So you can see 24 to 32.9. Both of them are above the 20, so that kicks them out. And on COD for commercial, it's 7 to 29.8. The 7 is below the 20, so they consider it in. So this is it's a confusing process. I will say we're looking at making some changes moving forward. That, when and how it's done, I don't know. We break up the allocation points. There's a total of 50 points that the county can earn for their statistical portion of compliance. We weight it, and that's where the total value of above comes in. So we take the total value of those residential and commercial and figure out what percentage of which each of that is. So 93.7% of those two is residential value, and the 6.3 is commercial. And so the county appraiser's offices know if you're out on one or both of the residential statistics, you're going to be out of compliance. It's automatic. I mean, I think I've only seen one time that a county was actually out of residential and these were out of substantial compliance. And it basically came to the weighting process. They had more value on commercial than what normally is the case. So then what we do is we bring those percentages down to the weighting area. And so if you weren't confused before, this is where it even gets more confusing. So we figure out you have to determine when points are possible. So the easiest way I explain it is if both the actual number and the range are in, the points are going to be possible for the county to have. If both those numbers are out, then again, the points possible are going to be there for the county. And if one is out and one is in, we just ignore the whole set of numbers altogether. Don't ask me who come up with that formula. That's just how they decided it years and years ago. So as you go through here, you can see the median ratio for residential. The actual was out, but the confidence was in, so we just ignore that. We don't give the county any points, and we don't take them away. They just don't exist. The COD, both numbers are out, 27.9 and the 24 to the 32. So then we assign the points for 23.4, points are possible. but the county doesn't get them. And so you can see right off the bat, the county loses 23 points. So when you have that large a hit, that's going to impact your procedure, and that's usually enough to kick you out of substantial compliance.
So there's 100 points possible? Is that
Well, overall, there's 100 points possible. Just
So
for
50 per-
just for the statistics, it's 50.
How many of the counties in Kansas are out of compliance? How many counties in Kansas was out of compliance in 21?
There was 16 counties this year that were out of substantial compliance. Normally, it's 3, give or take, every year. Now, the other thing, when we talk about commercial, it's the same thing. You can see we're both like on the, and this is, you know, to Kathy's credit, this is usually commercial is the issue, but both her sets of numbers, the median and COD are all in. So you can see, but it's minimal points. There's only 1.6 points available for each one of those. So you can see where you add those columns up, we assigned 26.6 points to the county, but you only earned 3.2 of them. Now with the commercial, one thing that didn't happen in the county this year is if the confidence interval is out on either one of those, either the median or the COD, the state is required to go in and do a review of, it's a sample set. Most counties, like a county this size, if we would have had to come in, would probably be 3 or 4 parcels, where we come in and actually review the data. And in the past, that's kind of what we did. We just kind of review the data and go over with the county. The legislation, you know, it depends on how you read into the law. Like bigger counties, like Johnson County, this past year was out, we actually hired fee appraisers to go in and do appraisals. And this year it cost our department over $500,000 to hire fee appraisers to go into some of the bigger counties and do fee work. So we try not to do that in smaller counties. We try to do the work ourselves. But like I said, that was not an issue here in Linn County, so she was both of those sections.
Is there any discussion of the way we do this of changing or not? I mean,
So I can talk here a little bit. I said that was for 2021, and so the data sets do have trends applied. If those trends wouldn't have been applied, then the data would have been a lot lower as far as values. So, you know, the values there you see are at, I think 88. It's more, yeah, so, I mean, we're close to between the 90 and 110%. And that was trying to trend up that data. But, one thing that we've really been working on is, and like he said, with the market, the way it's been, trying to come up with, you know, what people are going to pay. And behaviors is, I mean, we're just, I mean, it's very difficult. So, but we do track the market, and you know, in 2022, which is 2021 data, which I was not here at that point, but 2022 values we did have to increase, and that was because of the trend we were seeing. And so, you know, for our 2022 ratio study, we're not sure what they're going to pull. Now, we don't just get 155 sales like that. That's just a random sample of sales. And those sales with R are, you know, that can include actually properties out of the lakes with, you know, sheds and stuff, you know, that they're, those are actually in there as bars as well. So there's just a lot of diverse data in there as well. But we have hundreds more sales than that.
now who picks the 155?
That they do a random sample of the state. So,
Okay.
they just basically randomly pick the sales, and then they do, like he said, they do their independent validation process. And we do our independent validation process on all of our sales. sales. Sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't. So I did appeal quite a few of those sales that was used past, last year for that. But there was some that were kept in there that, we didn't agree should be kept in there, but it is what it is. But anyways, it's just a reflection as of January, value as of January 1 of each year, and then they basically grade us from that January 1 throughout the whole year. So that's all of 2021 sales that came in after January 1. So
It'd be fair to say there was a lot of multiple sales brought
Yeah.
more than what asking price was.
yeah, I was gonna say there was a lot of well, like you said, it's been a very volatile market over the last several years, and so I think that's why we're seeing more and more counties. I've been doing this almost well, in May it'll be 30 years, so it's one of those where this is probably the most volatile I've seen county data years. So we may go through the recession and see a little bit of that back in 2008, when it went that way. But this way, we're the market and the inventory.
So it's a yearly, they don't do like an average of like the last 5 years? No, it's every year.
So, anyways, it's become more and more challenging. So, but there are two pieces of that, and hopefully he'll let you know on our procedural, we're doing wonderfully.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the statistical portion of it, I mean, she's right. This past year, the state did, the guys in charge of that did build in a trend. Otherwise, we probably would have had half the state out of compliance at least. I mean, and even this year, the median that we're seeing on some counties is 60%. I mean, they're 60% below what average. I mean, because perfect world, everybody's at 100%. Well, it's not a perfect world, so that's why you have that range of 90 to 110. Most county appraisers are going to shoot for the 90 to 95 range, to kind of give yourself a little bit of room there. But it just, like I say, COVID and the issue that we're kind of seeing this year with some of the ratios is it kind of depends on how the county appraiser approached it. Some felt that, well, this is a fluke. It's a one and done deal. We got nailed this past year. Sale prices are going to go down. The market's going to stable. So some counties were hesitant about changing, but they just kind of left the areas where they're at. Well, those that did that, or those are the ones that are now seeing ratios in the 60s and 70%, because that first year in 21, we saw, like I say, I have counties saying probably 20-30% average increase in sale prices. In this past year, it was another, I was one of them thinking, okay, it's going to slow. Now everybody was seeing again, 20% increases in sale prices. And so, if you did raise values that first year, you're looking really bad this year. But we are looking at making some changes to the statistical portion of it. A couple things we're looking at is maybe changing the number of points. Because right now, county, like here, procedurally, she's doing everything she's supposed to do. She's getting everything, all the points, but just can't keep up with the market.
By 1.1%.
By 1.1%.
So, I mean, we're not 20% under or 10% under, we're 1%.
And there is no penalty or no fine. What we're doing is,
I don't know who, when I was here last year, somebody asked me what happens if we're out again. I said, well, I'll be back.
just come back to see us.
So same thing next year, if for some reason.
Another reprimand.
You're out.
Another reprimand.
But, so yeah, it's, and like Kathy was mentioning, we do our independent verification, county does their own verification, and there are times that they don't agree. And that's another one of the things that we're looking at moving forward. You know, I think they're talking about maybe, you know, should we take more of the, you know, counties, if they got good documentation and all that of how they validated the sale, should we consider that more than what we do now? Because right now it's basically, you know, we're gonna make our own validation, no matter what she does or what, you know, any county does, we're making our own validation. And the county can maybe talk to the buyer, the seller, the realtor, and whoever else has a documented this is not a good sale, you know, there was whatever, for whatever reason, but unless we can verify that with some of those people, we go off of that, the SBQ, the seller validation questionnaire. That's, you
Now,
know.
do you search out and try to verify any within the county when you take your number of sales, or do you just choose a certain amount?
Well, you know, like you was mentioned, when you have counties that have a certain parcel count, of course, this county's kind of, it's a little bit deceiving because a lot of your parcel counts, all those little bitty lots you have over there, so that bumps your parcel count up. So when they do that, they fall into what we call a sampling county, which is take a random sample. I've never been involved in this process, but they have buckets and these for various classifications, for various property types. And as they're doing this computer's doing this thing, it's kind of like, well, I understand, it's kind of like, you know, lottery, you know, the balls fall into different buckets. Once a bucket gets full, then they're done with whatever type of property that is, and they keep doing this until all their buckets are full. And so that's why, you know, she said you got, you know, 100 more sales in this section. It's just a pure random sample. So, yeah, what changes are made, I don't know. I don't know how.
So 10 exaggerated sales could really throw us out of compliance. No.
And what's challenging about it is, let's say, and we have several of these sales that were, where someone picks up a property pretty low, you know, and, you know, we have to go out on re-inspections for 6 years, like once every 6 years. So maybe we weren't in that area of inspection, but someone had picked up a property or had a property, they decided to flip that property, you know, and so maybe we had, you know, $30,000 on that property because it was in, you know, less than desirable, you know, condition, and then we don't know the safe with that property. Maybe they haven't gotten a building permit, or we haven't been in that sales for $120,000 because they made all these improvements to it. Well, even though we didn't know about it, our values are January 1, so it might have sold in July, but they aren't going to take that out because we didn't have the data correct.
So what if there's like an old house that was bought 15 years ago and it's appraised at this value, but then or 6 years, 5 years, whatever, and then it's not, and they tear it down. Someone buys it and tears it down, and then we go back there and evaluate. Does the negative sale help us any or not? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I mean, I know what you see, but we don't get the, like, yeah, as I say, so that's typically not the case that way, but it is the other way where maybe improvements are made. You know what I mean? It's because we haven't been there or.
Falls in between your inspection, it's something
Right,
happens.
falls between our inspection, maybe they haven't received a building permit, you know, or something, so there was maybe something there January 1 that we didn't know about, and probably should have valued, but didn't know about it. So, and then when it sold in July, you know, we have several of those sales where it's like, wow, you know, I mean, but we don't, the new, you know, the documentation that's gathered at the time of the sale, it's done prior to January 1. So if it was after January 1, then we could get that kicked out because we could prove that, you know, things happened before the January 1 date. So there's a magic date, January 1st of each year. And so if something had occurred, like those improvements before January 1, so there's some things that, you know, it doesn't seem fair, but it's it's one of those things that, it's as of January 1, and so we haven't been there a while. We don't know that they've totally updated their kitchen or their, because we don't see the interior. There's a lot of reasons that sales don't hit the market. But it is part of our compliance, and so we do the best we can.
Yeah, and interior data can have a huge impact, even if it's not, you can have a house, because we're, the appraiser's office, and we're valued from exterior. And, we don't do interior inspections usually unless the taxpayer requests one. So, you could have two houses right beside each other that are identical on the outside, perfectly identical. Maybe this person has finished the basement. Well, if they didn't take out a building permit or, nobody knows about it, well, I got $200,000 houses here, but this one's gonna sell probably for $120,000 because they have a finished basement and this one doesn't. It's impossible for the appraiser's office to know that. And it's just, unfortunately, it's just the way it works. And I think COVID, again, seemed to increase that because a lot of people, I think, stayed home and did a lot of remodeling. I don't know if anybody tried to buy a home or anything when it got to the issue. I didn't do it because I couldn't afford it. It wasn't much longer than you bought. So anyway, yeah, so the statistics, that's why we're looking at maybe trying to figure out different ways to, we were fine, everything was pretty normal, and then COVID hit, and then that just changed the whole dynamics. And so we're like, well, do we need to maybe account for something like that and just staying true to the course? We can argue and say, well, the counties are supposed to hit market value January 1 every year. And that first year we can kind of understand. Nobody knew. And now this coming year, if counties that are at 60% ratio, well, pretty obvious you didn't raise values. But we're not going to make any. It's the appraiser's job, and so.
Back in during reappraisal, that's why this was put back in place, 1987, when reappraisal was pushed and we became a market state, how we were supposed to come up with market value as of January 1 of each year. So, these statistical measures were put into place at that time. We're a market-based state, we gotta make sure that the counties are doing that. So I understand while they're in place. Do I agree with some of the standards as far as, during times of the volatile market, it's just hard. It's hard for counties, but I think, our staff does everything procedurally. I think we do. We try to do the best we can with what resources we have, and I think that's the important thing here too. And we're trying to do it uniformly and equitably with the information we have. So that's the only thing I can say.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's with statistics the last couple of years, a person has to kind of, if you've had any understanding of what the market's been doing the last couple of years, you kind of realize that the statistics are going to be, the one thing I guess that there's a golden line to is from our standpoint, is that what we don't hear from the legislators, is that all the ratios are low. Now, if we were in reverse and we were saying, well, your median ratio is 120, that means you're 20% above what the average value is.
You hear from all the taxpayers.
We're going to hear about it. The legislators are going to, so so not saying that having, but 88.9, almost just a hair over 1% below missing. So, the other part of it, the compliance with the procedural part, that's what I oversee. And you can just see the rest of these 2 pages. They're just different phases that make up the procedural part. And within each phase, There's certain things that they have to do to get the points assigned to that phase. I'm not gonna go through all these, but you can just see down, if you go to the second page, down towards the bottom, procedural point total, you can see where there was 50 points possible, and the county received all 50 points. So the county procedurally is doing everything they can do or need to do. Statistical, that's the big one, you know, the 26.6 and the 3.2. And at the very bottom, you can see where total points possible. For this county for this year was 76.6. They received a 53.2, which is a combination of the statistics and the procedures. So they came in at a 79.4%, and a 75 and above is what's considered passing. And that's one of the things the director, I actually just had a meeting with the director last Thursday. It's one of the discussions is, do we want accounting, you know, is it fair that accounting that's doing anything, they're doing their job, is it fair that the ratios, the way the market is right now, we're considering them not being in compliance? So that's, you know, we're looking at possibly changing the points around.
Okay.
So that's the scorecard. That's, you know, this is what makes up what we refer to as substantial compliance. This report is generated, you'll get one this year, it'll come out usually August timeframe. The county will be getting what they call a preliminary ratio, final ratio, that'll come out. Well, you might have gotten yours already, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I put email today.
Okay. They have to be out to all 105 counties by March 15th.
Oh, I didn't have the volume. And so the counties will kind of have an idea, you know, come March of where they stand at with the preliminary ratio. That we call it preliminary because then this gives them a time frame to actually appeal sales if they want to try to get rid of some bad sales. The other thing that they're already looking at, I know, is trends. Because the preliminary numbers that I saw on 20 counties, the medians are bad. I mean, they're bad. So I think the ratio section is looking at trying to figure out some way to trend values so that we don't again end up with hopefully 50 counties out of compliance.
I will let you know that I sent the weekly publication to the paper today on trends. And I have submitted that to the state as well, because we are still seeing, even though the market has slowed, we're still seeing positive, you know, they're still getting more than what the county has fixed on those properties. So that trend publication will be in, was told it's going to be in this week's paper. So I'll email out a copy to the commission so you can see what those trends are. And those will be submitted to the state to be considered. They were this morning sent to ratio study section, Pete Davis, for consideration in our 2022 values. Just and then we are currently working on our 2023 values, so those will go out in March. So that's what this market publication is for. It's by statute as well. We have to put that. It will also be on the web.
Do you guys have any questions on the scorecard? Is that anything on that? If not, the last thing I was going to just briefly touch on is the page right here is the appeals information. We look at the last 3 years of appeals. You know, how many appeals. Now, this information, I was telling Kathy this morning, this information is based off of what the county enters into their Orion system. That's how the only way we can attract appeals. So I got, most counties are good about entering appeals information, but we do have a handful out there. I had a meeting with the commission out west this year that no appeals. I mean, so they just don't enter the appeal information in Orion. So, but anyway, break out the 3 years. Now, one thing on the 2022 year, when we ran this, we didn't have all the data in, so these numbers probably have changed since this was ran. But what we're looking at, again, we're only looking at commercial and residential. We look at how many appeals there was for each classification for those 2 years. We look at how many of those were adjusted to get that percentage. So you can see, like, let's look at 2021, for example. You can see there was 110 total appeals. 53 total were adjusted, but that includes everything. And now this is everything. This is ag, res, commercial, whatever. We give a breakout of how many were residential and commercial. So 110 total appeals, 53 of them 49 was residential, 5 was commercial. The other, 57 were probably ag or vacant lots or something. So we look at how many were changed. So 1 of the commercial had an adjustment, 31 of the residential had an adjustment. So you can see the percentages there. Straight down below that, you can see like statewide averages. So appeals by class, you can see 5 to 7% on commercial, residentials 1 to 2%. Adjusted commercials around 30%, give or take, on average of the total appeals get adjusted. And on residential, you can see 55 to 60% get adjusted. And then off to the left there actually gives you the breakdown of how many, the percentage of appeals by class. So we're using 310 commercial properties. That number's probably changed a little bit, but we just keep the same number all the way down, 5,080 residential. So number of appeals for each year and then the percentage. So you can see, I mean, for the most part, you're well within that what's average across the state. Values are being adjusted at the appeal level. I mean, if they weren't, you would see, adjusted appeals be 0 or, 5 or something. So we don't see any concern there. But like I say, it's just something I've not, in all the last 2 years and the ones I've done, I've not seen any county that has had, based off of this report, it's not adjusting, some appeals. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Does anybody have any questions or comments or concerns? Like I say, we're, the county's doing, the appraiser's office is procedurally doing everything. It's just a crazy market. I know another thing that impacts her is the lake properties, you take some little property with a shed on it, sells for, they have $1,000 on it and it sells for $5,000. Those are the type of oddities that can kill a ratio study. And unfortunately, she has a lot of them in this property, in this county with the lake lots. If you're just dealing with cities and that, it's, you don't normally have quite such that dispersion of properties.
What percent of our parcels come from the lakes?
I don't have that here, but we have a lot of.
I know a lot of them would be from the lakes.
Yeah. I know I sent you guys some emails concerning that. Of course, if you have any questions, you can come over and see me individually at any point. So, any questions?
I do.
No.
You gonna come back and see us again?
Well, I came a different. I told her today I was gonna cut across from Ottawa over to Lewisburg, but I missed my turn, so I ended up taking some, I don't know, just some back roads. I got here. I ended up finally getting to Highway 7 and came in that way. But so I got to see, there's definitely some, really nice places and some not so nice places in that transition I made. So, but yeah, we're not going to, from a PVD standpoint, we're not going to change anything that the county's doing. I think they're doing everything they can do. And, yeah, if the ratios are bad, and if I'm pretty confident that we're going to change something on the statistical portion. I am, the thing that we have to be kind of careful of, and that's like I was telling her, is that, we don't want the legislators to think that we're kind of manipulating numbers to make it look better than it actually, because there's some that are down up there that aren't really, definitely not county appraiser friendly, and sometimes not PVD friendly either. But yeah, I think we're going to try to make some changes moving forward.
Well, thank you for coming in, Mike, and be safe on your way home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Do you got anything, Kathy?
Just a little bit of an update. Like I said, Kathy Bridges, County Appraiser. I have, like I said, the market publication. We do work on, the 2022 tax statements have gone out, in December. So I do have about 65 appeals, I think, that happened for payment under protest. I've got maybe 10 or 15 complete, but I'll be hearing those appeals next week in the bulk. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are full days of appeals. A lot of them, when we do look at appeals, he was saying with adjustments is, sometimes they're, we just don't have property data correct, they make changes to the property, or possibly they've had fee appraisals done or refinances, and something they may bring forward. We do have quite a few vacant lot or agricultural properties as well, so we just make sure that the use is correct. So those will be finalized prior to values going out. We are looking at trying to hit the March 1st deadline last year, and I think in years prior they've had to get extensions. So typically I don't like to go past March 15th if we have to get one, with the market being the way it is. Like I said, we did see increases again this year, just because we're getting sales that are still, even though the interest rates are, have upticked, it's, then maybe they're sitting on the market a little longer, and maybe the competition to purchase those, but they're still getting a good price out of homes. And so we're hoping that this supply and demand issue, corrects itself in the near future. So, we can see maybe some more normality back in the market. But, we have to predict what's going on and what properties are going to be selling for January 1. So what we'll do is we'll send out the valuation notices, and I'll have stuff on the web. I'll come and give you guys a presentation either the week that I couldn't remember what David said as far as when he's here and when he's not, but I told him we will try to get a presentation put together like we did last year on what we're seeing as far as market changes, and just the number of parcels we have in the county, just kind of an overview of what we're seeing. So otherwise, I will mention too that two of my staff took the newer staff took some IAAO courses. They're kind of very difficult courses last week, and they both did pass. So I give a big congrats out to Rachel Jackson and Jason Parker in our office who took those courses. I think they're a little overwhelmed, but they made it, and they still got a ways to go, but they're on a good track. So.
Yep, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Looks like we got Ally up next. I'm gonna use the restroom just really fast then. Please start.
You.
I think I had something, I went online and found something.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that one. One thing you probably got fired would be the Senate bill, and then you got that. And this kind of like the highway dedication fact sheet. I can give you mine before I leave. And I want to give you after I talk about this, I'll give you mine this. That sound good? You guys want me to go ahead and start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Allie Hamilton, Trading Post Museum and co-site manager, Battle of Mine Creek Massacre Site. Today I'm here to talk to you guys about Senate Bill. Originally in 2021, it was Senate Bill 309. It's now amended to Senate Bill 313. This is talking about a section of 69 highway that was actually renamed in February of 2022 to the Walter Scott Memorial Highway. So on the first page that I gave you, it just specifically talks about how Kevin Barnes from Yates Center presented it to legislature. Karen Tyson, Kevin, myself, and a few other people in Linn County have been working on this for quite some time. And it was finally passed in February of 2002. So the first one is just the actual letter that was sent in that they were, you guys want to read through that, that's fine. Walter Scott Brown, he's from Pleasanton, Kansas. He was in the Navy. He was killed in Pearl Harbor. He's currently, his memorial is at Arlington, I think it is, Arlington National Cemetery, and they do an actual walk of the Pearl Harbor there every year in his memory. And so outside of Linn County, I feel like he's nationally recognized. And here I feel like maybe we've kind of don't have the information readily available to some of the citizens and know who he is. So basically what I'm asking for, which I know the answer can't come today, but if you look on page, I think it's the second one, it talks about from the director of the budget, 13,900 is what I actually have in an email, but this one says 13,650. This would be to purchase the memorial signs that go on 69 highway. They would be southbound and northbound, so there'd be two total. The dimensions are 16 feet by 3 feet. The total purchase of the 13,900 would be a lifetime maintenance. So I don't know if you guys have done this before in the past. If you've ever purchased a sign for 69 highway. But basically it is a pretty big chunk of money, but it comes with a lifetime maintenance. So if someone hits it with a semi, if it's not shining up at night anymore, I think it's like the holographic lighting on it, so they'll replace that. So I'm asking for the county to approve the 13,900 to install the Walter Scott Brown Memorial Highway signs. The last is just the email conversations that were with myself and Liz Ortega with KDOT. On the first part of it, it does talk about that the bill was amended to 313, if that's important to you guys to look up. And she goes over the dimensions, the locations of where they would be at. So if that's the rest of the email is basically about other things I'm working on, but it was just attached. So the military road crossed here, I'm working on getting those signs at Trading Post. The Potawatomi Trail of Death, that is in the process of being approved through the legislature, that they would go on 69 highway as well. But we already have purchased those with the Trading Post Museum. So you guys have any questions on what we've got?
When it's approved through the bill, there's no funding.
No, it all has to be in-kind donations. So, yeah, I mean, basically, if you don't approve the 13,000 to get the signs, I would have to, start GoFundMe or just ask for donations locally, which is what I do quite often. So it's not outside of the realm, but it would be nice to have a little support. Also, the James Montgomery sign that we had questioned years ago across the street, getting that replaced. That was, it was presented, but there was never really an answer or follow through on getting those replaced when Gordon Parks was installed as well. So if it is something that we're considering, or if it's ever voted on, if it's a yes or no, I would just like to be notified so I can move forward how we see fit, I guess.
Do you have a time period that you need these funds to make this happen? I mean, or is it just not, if it doesn't happen?
It's been a year since it's been approved. I don't even know if you guys were aware that the highway was named differently at this point. So, it's
Is there
been,
a way we could go out and see if there is interest in the county that people want to donate to it too?
oh yeah, I could definitely put something online,
And see what.
ask for funding. If you say, hey, Allie, if you can get half of it, we'll match the second portion of it. I am not aware of his family, living here or still being here.
There would be some family here.
I was thinking Brown is a very common name, so I'm not really for sure how much money is available. There might be a few grants to the county that I'm not aware of, but if there is a grant, I'd write for a grant for this sign. If you can give me a link, if this is something.
This part in what she gave you or not, but I look back in statutes and 68-10-114 is where it talks about the state won't place any signs on any commemorative signs on highways, bridges without receiving the money. So they're approving doing it, but it is in statute that they're not going to pay for it.
Yeah.
Locally or to one of those donations.
I can also reach out to Karen Tyson. She was really a big push on this to get this approved. So she might have some options on grants. And I can come back and present that if we just kind of make a date on reviewing it at some point.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. I know you're doing this on all your donated time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate all of the work you put in, 'cause I know what you do, but,
I think it's important, that
Right.
it was approved. It was a process to get it approved. The highway is now named the Walter Scott Memorial Highway in Linn County, on 69 highway. It's a pretty big deal. I also have John Heydrich at the Pleasanton High School. He's working with some of his students, and they're creating brochures that we can actually print and have at the museum available. And then also at Casey's, working with Casey's on having those, because I feel like as soon as we get those signs up, who was Walter Scott Brown? It's, and I feel like I want everyone to know who he was and be very familiar with, who he was. So that's important to get those brochures, I think, out there.
You know, Casey's gives community grants.
Yeah,
Something they've been.
Would that be,
that's definitely something I can look into. I mean,
you know, and how many times do they ask patrons to donate their change for some cause or something that way? Maybe our local Casey's stores could fund this.
those are great ideas, but it's just going to take a lot of time for me to look into. Casey's, how do I apply for the grant?
Get on their website.
I have to get
Pretty quick.
approval to have the brochure in the actual store, which is a pretty big ordeal as well. Just the researching of the grants, putting it out there as far as like getting help, grants. I do feel like I am constantly asking for donations for all these different activities that I do in the community. So it is something that it would be awesome to have a little bit of county support or a matching fund at some point.
Would it be, do you think it'd be beneficial to talk to Kevin Amer to see if he knew, I mean, if anybody had a lot of information on some signs and where to,
We wouldn't have, he wouldn't have any role in this at all because this is the state
I
specified.
get that, but I don't know if he would, be dealing with signs and stuff, if he knew any organizations that would help with stuff like this or.
I mean, could always ask. I don't think he will. I think that's outside of his realm. He's mostly on the technical side rather than.
I've looked into a few other signs, like a lot of them were county funded. The one in Johnson County was, the officer that was killed. Most all of the memorial signs are given by the donations from the family and the county itself.
I wonder if Pleasanton would donate some money since they're going to annex the highway in.
I do think that they might. Why are you laughing? I will go to a council meeting and ask.
I think it's important, Alan. I know you're doing this all in your donated time.
I guess for me too, there are a lot of signs within the county that need replaced, that need to be updated, historical signs. So, in the future too, for you guys, what is the plan on, or is there a plan that I don't know about that we are going to be able to have the funds to replace some of these signs that are currently deteriorating in front of our eyes? There's no money set aside, right? Or no, or a plan. I'm all ears on that. And, as far as the one across the street, I have done some artwork on that. It doesn't have to be used, but just a plan in general of how to go move forward with updating some of these signs. But
anything we could use like the art classes and stuff in the schools as far as for this sign?
so it depends on how you want it to be built. Okay. So that's another issue. It's something that one was originally donated by, I think, Linn County Historical Society. It's a wooden sign that looks like it was kind of like burned out and then painted over. So it depends on what you want and who's capable of building that. I do feel like with this day and age, the interpretive signs that are weatherproof, that last a lot longer than that, are very popular and they're very expensive too. The one across the street that I had quoted was just a little under $4,000. But we have a Gordon Park sign over there. You guys, that's the same company that quoted that sign is the one that put the Gordon Park sign up across the street. So the quality, I think also when you want to be consistent, I feel like it needs to be consistent throughout the county. I think it needs to be consistent. It needs to have a specific look throughout. And it has to, we all kind of have to work together a little bit so it kind of makes sense. And you could really use those signs to be a tourist attraction by adding the QR codes. It takes you to different directions. Maps, it could take you to a website. It would have every location in Linn County. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do with that, with the artwork, not just James Montgomery's history on the sign. It could be a lot more than that.
I think this is where a lot of, like during budget season, I think wouldn't a lot of this fall under the Historic Society budget? I mean, instead of us just writing each museum a check and saying, here you go do something. Why don't, I mean, what if we start breaking it down like this and we get plans like this and we get
I think a lot of
descriptions?
what we send out to them, they're using for utilities.
It's all operating for us, and we have to still take. That was another thing too, which I'm not complaining at all. I am very grateful for the $12,000 that we all get. So we all get $12,000 each museum. There's 5 museums that's split through the county. The only thing I will say that has kind of just, opened my mind, I'm like, we're the only museum. We're the only museum open. Like,
It's 8,000, right? For 5.
or sorry, 8. But we are the only museum open throughout the county 5 days a week. We're paying, 2 employees on top of the operating costs and different events and things that we do out there. I just was wondering if, it's just something to think about. You have every museum that is getting the same amount of money, but they're all closed. And there's a sign on the door that says, call this number if you want it.
And that's what
Most
I think-
people are going to turn around and walk away and get in their car and go to the next location. Most, I would say.
And that's why I think it's important to come in during budget season too and talk about all this stuff. Cause I mean, how long has the 8,000 been like that? For 50 years?
Well, not that much.
No, we weren't even getting, we weren't even getting that.
There was an odd formula.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but. And just recently, when I came in, 4 years ago, got that to be split. I mean, I requested it to be split evenly. I do think that that's fair. It gives everyone the same playing field, the opportunity.
I've been here that we split.
It's been split. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but just something to think about. We are the only museum that's open with employees, but we're still getting the same amount. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I
That
think
makes
it's
sense.
important to, bring your ideas and forgotten projects, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
and budget and put it on top of, whatever we're allowing for, the Historic Society. I just don't like how we just come in and say, all right, just for each
Yeah.
museum, that's it. And there's no plan, there's no rhyme to the reason.
Well, even when I had come in, we had talked about the budget and coming back every year. All of us were going to be required to come back in. Where did we spend our money? What did we do? How did the year go? And I think I did that like twice, maybe.
I think that's important. I think the camera,
Yeah.
helps you out a lot in newspaper, and this is
Yeah.
a place where you can ask for volunteers to help or, things like that. And yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But when it comes to the budget time, I never received, like a call back when we were talking about the James Montgomery sign or the position for tourism. Nothing was ever like followed through when it comes. We'll discuss it at budget. But the follow through of that just never really happens.
I get that.
So.
What do you guys think? I mean, I'm in favor of trying to help figure a way out to make this happen.
Okay.
Um,
Why don't you give me time to look into what Pleasanton can give, if they would be, open to giving any money for the signs, 2 signs. I'll look in.
Say, like the GoFundMe, like what you're talking about, and seeing the matching fund for coming from us. What do you guys think about that? Some kind of.
my deal is she's just doing it all for free and getting the same amount as I just think.
Well, this is really honestly totally separate from the museum. Like this is outside of the museum. But I do see myself every time I do ask for funds, I will be honest, like I do feel like I can get them. Like if you say, hey, if you can get half of it, I feel like I can get it, but I know it comes from usually the same few people every time, which is fine, But I I want to go to the city of Pleasanton. Let me try that as well, see how much they would be willing to give us, if anything. Karen Tyson, let me reach back out with her about a grant. The Casey's grant. And if I can get half of the funds within 6 months or something, and I come back or I'm like really close, maybe at that point you guys can reconsider matching it.
All right with that.
See what we can.
I mean, obviously I'll try to get it all. I'm not going to not try to get it all, but this one's a little bit more than what I'm usually, 1,000, 2,000, I can usually get that, but this one's quite a bit more.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I appreciate all the time and effort you're putting in.
No problem.
Takes a lot. So
I will just kind of touch base in 6 months, I guess, maybe less if I can get the money. So see where we're at. Thank you.
thank you.
Gary have some
I thought he had some legal.
issues to talk to you about too.
You ready for us?
I need I think I can do this in 15 minutes of legal executive session.
I probably need five trade secrets with Jessica, and then 10 minutes real estate.
Acquisition?
Yeah.
Okay, let me check.
I'm sorry, Dave, you said 5 for.
Five for trade secrets with Jessica, and then 10 minutes real estate acquisition.
Real estate.
And then you need how much, Gary?
Just give me 10. Oh, legal issues. Let's see if I can be brief. I think some of what I was going to talk about is covered by some of what you're going to talk about.
So 25. So is it 25 minutes?
25 total, and I'll split it.
Okay.
So,
I'll make a motion that we go in executive session for, we'll do 5 minutes for trade secret with Jessica, 10 minutes legal with Gary, and 10 minutes real estate acquisitions with myself.
I'll second it.
Motion been moving, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What?
something to think about. I think that it just needs to be evaluated either or, you know what I mean? Make sure we're getting the best. No. There was no action? Or do we need to,
Yes, I think, I would ask you to authorize me to send a letter to Mr. Jinks altering the, order concerning his eviction.
I'll make that motion that Gary just said. So,
I'll second it.
any discussion on it? Motion been moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody else got anything else? Oh yeah, you never went, did you? Sorry.
Stacks of stuff. Okay. Okay, first in your packet is the spreadsheet with our ARPA funding that you asked for last week. We have right now, we've got $817,369 left unallocated.
What did you say, where was that number at?
The total available at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
I do have the two outstanding ARPA applications noted at the bottom of the spreadsheet. I have them here. I would like to do something with them if we can today.
Go over and explain them again, would you please, just?
Sure. The Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center is asking for $217,500 for services provided in Linn County. It's 19% of new software for health records, new medical provider, after-hours crisis, substance abuse counselor. And then they did some work on their facility in Pleasanton, so to bring it into ADA compliance, so 15,000 of it would be for that.
So 15,000 of it would be to bring it into,
I believe they've already done that. It would be reimbursing their cost.
And we budget, what, 117,000 a year to them?
David, is that right?
And they want another 217.5.
Yep. If we were to award this one, we'd have 599,869 left to allocate.
And what's Lacey wanting?
Lacey wants $65,000 to put towards their water treatment plant upgrades. They're looking for a hopper to establish an automated process to make it a safer and cleaner environment for their employees. They're putting up $65,000. They're asking for us to put up the same amount.
Are they the only city that made an application?
Yes.
Did they apply for any for themselves on their own?
Yes.
And that's what they're using.
Fire station, I
Fire
believe.
station.
Oh, yeah.
If we were to award just the Lacine application, we'd have 752,396 left. If we did both, we'd have 534,869.
the Lacine water plant is one of our two water sources within the county. You know, when we're looking at our appraisal values and things that way, if we don't have wholesale 13 and Lacine providing water, we're going to see limitations on water meters being sold, houses going up, and things that way.
And they're already doing some kind of water upgrade, aren't they? Right now?
Right now, I believe they're upgrading their sewer system, storm sewers, maybe
So
both.
they just finished, I took a tour last Friday
Okay.
of the facility. And they just finished, their two, settling ponds outside, which was hundreds of thousands of dollars, $800,000, I want to say, that they just spent on that part of the water facility doing that. They provide some water to number 3, Linn Valley, and number 1.
And so this would be the second part of their sewer upgrades or their
Water.
upgrade?
No, this is just the carbon feeder that they're having to use when they're having to add carbon in at a second spot within the water treatment process.
Your city manager or whatever came down, she didn't say it was gonna be a showstopper or whether we did or not. It was gonna move on with the program.
Right. They did.
And are they for sure doing the fire station?
Sounds like it.
That's almost $750,000.
Right. And they have other funding sources besides ARPA on that as well.
Well, I feel that we have a fire station there and whether we build another one right there in the same community, it's I guess I'm not for either one of them. I vote to, my vote's to not fund either one of those myself, but that's the way I feel.
I think we have a lot of in-house problems, not problems, but a lot of in-house things we can take care of first and foremost. So I think I agree with Jim on it.
I'll make a motion that we deny the ARPA funds for the mental health facility.
But you're in favor of leasing?
Yep.
How can we make that motion?
Well, he just made it.
I just made it.
He's
That we're denying-
gonna have two separate motions, Danny.
I'll second that.
That way we're resolving the issue. We're giving them an answer and everything that way.
We
You
can
can
make
make
two separate
another,
motions here,
you
Dan.
can make another motion with the other. And that'll be fine.
What, say the motion one more time?
That we deny the request for the $217,500 to the Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center.
Okay, that's the first motion?
That's the motion. And it's seconded.
All right, motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll make a motion to deny leasing the water plant to the $65,000 ARPA fund.
I'll second that. Any more discussion? Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Next up, I would ask that we appoint housing committee members today. We have a meeting scheduled for 3:00 this afternoon. We created the committee last week and decided not to appoint members last week. I'm still 7 out of 9, but I would, since we have a meeting scheduled, I'd ask that we go ahead and appoint those 7 and keep looking for the other 2.
I haven't thought of anybody yet either.
Okay. Okay. So from District 1, we have Jody Wade serving her starting term will be 1 year to be reappointed in 2024. I have Greg Oneman serving a 2-year term to be reappointed in 25, and Tate West serving a 3-year term and he will be reappointed in 26. From District 2, I have Robin Spencer serving a 1 year for her, she'll expire 24. Jay Allen serving a 2-year term, his will expire in 25. And I'm missing one from District 2. District 3, I have Jeff Dawson serving a 1 year term to start with, and his will expire in 24. And Mary Krupko serving a 2-year term, and hers will expire in 25.
That third person, did I give you the number?
He
for?
decided no. Is everyone familiar with all those committee members? I'll send you a list.
No, I'm not. That's,
You're not familiar? Okay. So Jody Wade is the city clerk in Lacine. Greg Oneman is a realtor from Linn Valley. And Tate West will represent, he's at Tanglewood. He'll represent our lake communities. Robin Spencer is from Pleasanton. She works at CHC over there. Jay Allen he's from the STARS program over at Pleasanton. Jeff Dawson is F&M Bank here in town, and Mary Krupko is from the Blue Mound area. She was recommended to me by their mayor, Blue Mound's mayor, who didn't have time to serve.
right.
What do you call the housing? What's it called?
Linn County Housing Committee.
Need a motion to make the appointment.
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion that we appoint these people that Jessica had mentioned for the Linn County Housing Committee for District 1, 2, and 3. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll try to think of somebody else.
Okay. Would you like me to ask the committee if they have any suggestions?
Yeah, that'd be, yeah.
Okay. Jim, same for you? Okay. To continue about housing, I would like to put out an RFP for a developer for our MIH grant. I don't have one drafted yet because we needed to discuss some things first. But I would like to go ahead and put that out as soon as I have one drafted. We're going to put that together this week, so I don't have to wait another week.
Does you need a motion? You need a motion on that? Or?
I think I do. Yes, moderate income housing.
Go ahead and make the motion so I don't mess it up. Or what it needs to say.
Okay.
You authorize the to put out an RFP on MIH.
So moved. That's my
Perfect.
motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I would also ask that we use the $100,000 supplement that we've got for ARPA as a matching portion for the MIH grant. If we allocate that, we can, it will push our application a little higher in the pile. And if we don't get the application, or if we don't wind up getting the grant, then we can, use that for something else.
Is that over and above the figures here, or is that, was that?
That is not included in this ARPA here.
The ARPA one that you.
Right, yes.
So this allocation will be contingent on actually getting the grant.
Yes.
Now, what else can we use it for, this 100,000?
We can use it for anything you can use ARPA funds for. Any governmental service. It is coming through the state, though, not coming through the federal government, so it's held out separately from that standpoint, but it's the same.
So explain what that'll be used for if we get it.
If we allocate it for the grant, okay. So the moderate income housing grant that we're going to apply for will pay for a developer to come in, maybe more than one developer, it doesn't have to be just one, and build homes throughout the county. It's a grant from the Kansas Housing Corporation, and they do this. They've done this. This will be the third time, their third round.
We So it will subsidize them to encourage them to take the risk of building.
Yes, exactly.
Your motion, if you're going to do it, would be to allocate that $100,000 ARP supplement to the housing program contingent upon getting the grant.
I'll make that motion that Gary stated.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, we have a court meeting scheduled for February 6th, next Monday here. Jim had asked me for some financials with the airport, so that's what I've handed you here.
And when you say, when's your board meeting?
Next Monday at 6 o'clock.
Will they see all this?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
I don't.
We have $20,000 set back for equipment reserve for the airport that we were able to do last year. We have been discussing a business plan for the airport. I applied for a grant through KDOT last September to allow us to do a business plan. I talked to them last week. They are supposed to announce this week who they're awarding grant funding to. So hopefully we'll know this week. The other issue at the airport is that the pump is broken again. The insides of that fuel pump are refurbished. The first set, the original one we got, we had to send it back. This time the gears inside got jammed, and so there's a little pin that's sideways that controls the gears that control the total amount of your sail displayed on the pump. We're required by the state to display that amount. We can't sell fuel without doing that. I've asked Hoydale to price me bringing that part in and installing it and putting a new pump out there. I don't know. I don't have any of that information yet. I asked her a couple weeks ago for some of it. I haven't heard back yet.
And we charge tax on that fuel, I guess, sales tax and everything on top.
Nothing to do with the fuel sales. I don't know.
What do we do on that?
I assume we do, but.
Also, just so you're aware, we've had the fuel pump out there since 2018, and in 2020, we made a profit on our fuel for the first time. It was $34, but it was better than losing money on the fuel.
And we've made a profit every year since, or not?
That was 22. So
22 was our first year making a profit.
yes.
How many lots are available to still have out there for sale?
We had 24 total.
There's 23 because we combined the two,
Yeah, 23 total.
and we've sold 8.
We sold 8. So what, 50?
So I know we've talked about the stipulation on if we could put something on it about building within a certain amount of years after it's bought. Have we ever,
We would have to amend the
The covenants.
covenants. And we could do that.
what do you guys think?
What's that?
On some lots out there, we don't really have anything on, somebody can just come in there and buy it and then sit on the land as like a savings account for as long as they want. We really don't have any, restrictions making them develop or do anything with the land.
I do know one of the owners out there, Mr. Shannon, he's kind of waiting for us to do some development work out there before he builds his lots because he needs a road to get back to his back hangars. The one hangar that's out there is owned by him. There's also some tax implications for those landowners.
So this was funded out of grant funds, correct?
So when we built the runway, it was a county, city, state partnership for that original grant. So the county owns the airport. It is in the city limits of Pleasanton. It's kind of an island that's annexed. And then we got grant funding from Kansas. There's no requirements that we continue that partnership. None of the grants I'm applying for now require it.
Right now, we're paying them in the school district 40,000 in taxes.
Yes, that was last year.
Not all of that 40 goes to those.
Well, that was the total property tax bill.
What, roughly, we get 20 to 25% of it back.
How does this not continue to be a black hole?
Pardon me?
How does this continue to not be a black hole?
I don't know.
You said you talked to the guy that runs the airport up in Miami County. They basically break even on it, is that?
Well, I talked to the county administrator and had a long discussion with him. He tells me it just depends where we buy our fuel. And I don't know if you guys have been to the Miami County. Have a restaurant, have all kinds of hangars. He said it just depends where we buy our fuel, whether it's at the end of the year or the beginning of the year. He said, I'm going to say we bounce 20,000 red to black. It just depends where we get caught buying the load, whether it's in December or January.
So basically, we're breaking even.
Right.
And they lease their hangars.
They lease their hangars.
So
Most
they've-
airports lease their hangars.
They've
Pardon me?
built,
Most airports lease their hangars.
they've developed their airport to make it.
They didn't, but
Who did?
Osawatomie and Paola started with it, and then it went to an airport association, and then the county ended up with
Okay.
it. So,
But I mean, somebody,
right, but
you
the
know,
county,
and
yeah,
to keep from the county having to develop it, that's why we were selling lots instead of leasing them, correct?
but
And
they basically had to be leased sometime along the line, because if it had been owned, then Paola would have never ended up with them, so I don't know how they would have ended up with them. If Miami County, they wasn't leased all
Right, they've
along,
always been.
is what I would think.
They have, yes, no. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, in order for them to break even, they've had to invest over years, lots of money into that facility to get it operating to a break even.
Somebody did,
Yes.
somebody did.
But Pleasant, we have really no reason to stop for fuel unless it's an emergency. So I don't feel like we're selling fuel like we could be.
Well,
If
we
we had
have
something
quite
there.
a few planes coming in. I believe there's a school in Wisconsin, a flight school, and as part of their training, they have to do cross-country flights. A lot of them stop here for fuel, either on the way there or back. We have quite a few like crop duster planes that
That's the
land
only
for
planes I
fuel.
drive by every single day, at least 5 times probably, and I just see crop dusters there all the time. That's why I've been
They'll
so,
fill there.
yeah, that's what they spill there. They sit there for a few days, but that's than my fight on the airport.
Also, we are currently selling lots for $20,000 a piece. They are 70 by 70 feet, and there's a 10-foot setback all the way around it. So it's a 50 by 50 building space. I have 5 to 6 people inquire a year, probably, asking about lots. And when I tell them that we sell them, I never hear from them again.
I don't know, do the hangars, and I don't know, does the county own the hangars, the building and all?
Yes.
That they do.
In Miami County?
Yeah.
Yes.
They lost, but I didn't know what they did.
Yep.
And they're
They did
flipping a
a
profit on it?
capital plan, expended the fees on those, charge rent on leasing those out.
How many do they have?
I don't know.
What's a hangar rent for? Do you know?
I know they got aviation mechanics there, but those hangars come somehow in the deal. They leased them to them with they're theirs too. I mean, that's the buildings.
How would
The restaurant.
How would it work if we wanted like a developer to come in and develop that? Would we own the land? How would that work? I mean, if we wanted a company to come in and build all these hangars, I mean, we'd practically be giving the airport up then, huh? I mean, if we wanted somebody to come in and build hangars and then rent them out to people?
Unless we're footing the entire bill.
Well, the thing in Pale, I've ate there multiple times. There's lots of people fly in there and eat lunch and leave.
Right.
They have the restaurant right there. I mean, they'll park there.
Yep.
I mean, you might see,
You can sit and watch them come in. Yeah,
there might be 5 to 10 planes out
right.
there, fly in and eat.
I used to go in there every week.
They probably get fuel before they leave.
That's what I'm saying. We got to
Multiple times.
figure a way out to,
We need a draw that's not just fuel.
because right now it's costing us a lot of money.
I'm just saying that it costs them a lot of money to put in all that infrastructure to make it break even.
Somebody could spend it. I don't know whether it was a county or what. Somebody,
But
exactly what you-
that's what I'm saying. So
It started out as my Osawatomie Pale, and it went to the
right.
Airport Association, then the county ended up with it.
right.
So
But along the lines, you know, there was
somebody
money
spent some money to get it to where, whether we make 20,000.
to break even.
20,000.
Well, we spent 20, is it, I don't know. What did we spend on that road last year or 2021?
The road was 43,056.40.
Outliers.
How many dollars is, which I guess this, but you, for the amount of gallons of gasoline that's been pumped through there, how much pump trouble have we had, dollars and cents was? I don't know.
I don't, it's included in here, but I don't have it pulled out.
That's just-
I can try to have Joyce, we can do that.
We don't pump a lot of fuel through there a year. So.
Well, and every time we have it serviced, it's $500 just to have them come out.
And then we have a monthly charge to use the credit card.
The machine, yes.
Machine, what's that? What's
And I
that
put the
cost?
fuel,
As long as everything's running smoothly, it's about $89 a month,
A month, just to do the credit card.
plus the credit card transaction fees. We don't have to make a decision today, but you'd asked for this information, so
Are we paying
hopefully,
any sales tax at all on this fuel?
I don't know that. I can find
I
out.
think that's something we need to look at.
You mean, do we pay it when we buy it?
We should have it on there.
Or do you mean
When we
the
resell,
customer pays it?
Reselling it.
the
okay.
customer pays it.
I think we do. I think we do.
We should have.
Yeah, since we're buying it for resale, I think we pay tax on it, it should be charged.
I think so.
Right, Dave?
Because I questioned that the last time we bought fuel. Yes.
so are we actively trying to sell lots right now or sell the lots?
She gets calls, but when she says they're for sale, she said that they don't call again. They want to lease lots. They want to
They
lease
do.
hangar space.
From what I've heard, typical lots lease for about, the lease length is 99 years. I don't know if there's a, right. I don't know what the,
Lease one for 99.
right, what the cost is, or the rent.
Wonder what it costs to build a hangar. Wonder what hangar costs us to build the building.
I just think we gotta get a plan together, because right now it's, like you said, a black hole, and so.
We could go out there, build one or two, see if we can lease them.
Kind of spec hangars, maybe.
But, you know, you're putting some money at risk.
Yeah.
Or we could find, I'd say, find a developer who's willing to do that. Maybe it's-
Could we, yeah, I mean, could we find a developer that wants to come in and do something like that, to front the money, and then we just lease him the lots?
I'm sure we could.
Well, we would sell him a lot.
But she says she can't get him to buy.
Well, but a developer would be different. So the people who own the lots out there, they're not business ventures. They're personal lots, and they're paying school and city and county taxes and any other entity that taxes out there. And they're not making any income from those lots.
Unless they're shutting on it and the land value's going up, right?
Well, I suppose they could resell them.
They're not selling real good though.
No.
But if you have a developer, I'm sorry.
No.
A developer come in, he buys the lot, he puts up a hangar, then he rents it, then he's got income coming in on that lot. And the flyers are interested in that lot because they're renting, not buying.
So the pilots aren't
So
paying
then what
property
we gotta
tax.
do, how do we,
We find somebody who's interested in doing it.
to buy the lots off of us?
To buy a lot, or maybe we work out a deal with, you know, some kind of a partnership or something. That, if I don't know, hypothetical, I'm just thinking, if they would come in, put up a rental hangar, we'll give them the lot, or give them the lot for half price, you know.
So the taxes that we're paying, is that on the lots that are still to be sold,
Yes.
not the airstrip itself?
It's also on the airstrip and on the hangar. It's on everything.
Yeah, everything we still own out there.
But
But I think we can get exemption on most or all of that.
and even if Pleasant has, in their city limits, they have a program where if you build a new house, the tax gets abated on it for how many every years, or a percentage each year. Would that, I wonder if that would,
I think if the builders would apply for this, they have a commercial side of that program, if the builders would apply. I don't know why it couldn't be included, I mean, that's not our call.
So we can talk about this again next week. Hopefully we'll know whether we get that grant from KDOT. I had an engineering company who does this help me draft that RFP just for the grant purposes so that I would know how much to apply for. They thought that it would be anywhere to get that business plan done, anywhere from 30 to 50,000. I applied for 50, and that grant, I believe, is a 95% match since it's planning. But I mean, if we don't get the grant, if you still want to do that, we've got 20,000 set back.
I think it's important that we get a plan put together and a forward motion on it,
But if we're not gonna fund it, what's the point of having a plan?
well,
Are we gonna carry through with it? Are we gonna just?
well, that's be the plan, figure out if we're gonna fund it or not, I guess. I mean, right now we're sitting idle, and I drive by it every day, and the lights are on every now and again, but I never see any aircrafts.
I can understand your frustration.
I mean, I go there and buy
Looking at
fuel.
those numbers look pretty frustrating.
Would any of you like to attend the airport meeting next Monday?
I'd be more than welcome to if one of you guys don't want to.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock here.
You know, I tell you the truth, I'd rather, if we're gonna talk to the airport board, they don't come right here and talk to us. We all sit down, Have a little workshop.
When did you say it was?
Having our first meeting.
I know after that, I'm not saying right now, but just give you a little time and then you guys.
I'll express our
Well, and,
concerns
and
concerns.
we'll know that if we're getting that grant here soon,
Right.
possibly this week before the meeting.
And I'm not saying a week from now, but you know, at some time I'd like to have a workshop where we could all sit down and talk about it.
Right. Well, and not that I'm not saying that that's not a good idea, but these are pilots who have either former pilots or current pilots who have an interest in that airport. They're not experts in a planning field or anything like that. Okay.
I understand.
When did you say the meeting was?
Next Monday at 6:00, February 6th.
Jessica, thank you for getting these numbers. I appreciate that.
Welcome. Do you guys have anything for me?
I don't have.
Either.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, you got anything?
Two things. Earlier in the meeting, there was a question asked about the internet at the park. I just wanted to bring you up to date. So all those buildings have been wired. The wires is run between them and connected up. We had that bucket truck issue that they've resolved because we used it Friday, so I feel confident we're there. Right now, it's just kind of a weather issue, and we'll have that mounted up and running here soon. So just wanted to answer that for you. And the laptops have all been delivered, and Nick is working on those. So we'll be reaching out to everybody individually to have you sit down, do your thing to put your account on it, and we'll get those to you.
Good.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else?
I don't.
I don't have anything.
Make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.